Hello, interwebs. What's up? I hope everybody is doing well. So we gotta do some shit here. We've also gotta make sure you all can actually hear me. Yeah, it seems like you can. So great. It's kind of wild, like the huge delay that you. But yeah, there is like this delay that you get when you're doing this sort of thing. And I'm trying out something new here. Gonna see whether or not voice mod is gonna work. I think I like it so far, so good. Uh oh, maybe. Not sure I liked how that sounded there for a second. Hmm. But I think we're good now. We just kind of sometimes have to moderate a little bit because voice mod can get stinky with me and decided it doesn't want to work anymore. But we are trying, we are attempting to get working on an actual timeline for for all things Eliza. And what something that I'm wanting to try and do here is just get it fixed so that information is all in one place because I can't really keep up with what is what. And then there's the fun fact that you constantly get tagged and stuff and you don't really know. It's like, is this is this really like the most important thing that I need to even pay attention to? So I mean, there's been a lot that's happened. There's this whole argument right now with Jeremy and the courting, and like just stuff that just serve us as nothing but just a distraction, really. And it's kind of unfortunate, really. But I guess him and Kim Cast are now officially on the outs with one another. Kim Cast has unexpectedly uh blocked him. He can't message him on either Twitter or Facebook. He's been blocked on both. And to my complete surprise, completely it's not completely destroying him and everything that they're trying to do. Like it's not there no one's losing some subscribers over it, which is honestly kind of what I expected to happen. But Tim lost kind of a few, but that may have had more to do. That may have had more to do with him just unfollowing a bunch of people because people were experimenting with whether or not making their accounts private had anything to do with their engagement. And it's all just very weird. But what we're wanting to do today is we're trying to make some kind of, excuse me, the cough, some kind of timeline in the Eliza Blue case. And we're trying to organize all the different information that is out there, because it can be a little confusing about what happens when. So let's just get our title right here first of all. All right, that looks pretty good. And likely this will not all get done today. Very unlikely. Let's make that blue for now. Let's get the blue theme going here. And let's figure out an animation. What kind of animation do we need? Hmm. Something that's like pretty cool about Prezi is that they got a lot of different things here. What's Jack in the Box? I don't like that one. Hmm. Let's be done. Hmm. I don't want to do that. Yellow? Wobble? No. Let's just do zoom in for now. I think we want to always move. Let's see what kind of timeline Eliza Blue case. Let's go with that. That's kind of cool. Where you want to be able to bring it down a little bit. Make more obvious. Oh, what's going on there? Huh? I don't know, like that. Fuck, fuck. Let's go back a little bit because I don't understand what happened here. Doing weird shit on me. Hmm. Strange. I don't No, it's not where I want you. I want you right there. Why aren't you letting me do that? Fuck you. Mm. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. I guess we're gonna have to completely retype this. Maybe if it's gonna let me. It's not even letting me delete it. Oh my god. What can I delete it? There we go. Okay. Let's try this again. Eliza, well, let's just do the Eliza Blues timeline. All that. All right. So we want to look up. Yeah, we're actually gonna just go like with the basics. Like, when was this chick born? Eliza Blue Wikipedia. Hmm. Looks okay. We're seeing here that she might have been born September 6th, 1985. No, no, that's not when she was born. She was born a month after almost a month after I was, a month and 8 days after I was. So the disclaimerbiz.com once said, Eliza was born to her parents in rural Illinois. However, the names of her father and mother aren't available in the public media. As per her records, her parents used to homeschool her at an early age. However, she has remained very private of her past and any form of public media. Yep! She hasn't told much about her siblings, so she might be the only child of her parents. Moreover, her parents are still together, and her grandmother recently celebrated her 98th birthday. So, glamourbiz.com, your version of the Eliza Blee Wikipedia is vastly out of date. I'm gonna do. I really hate that I'm just a little bit older than her. I really hate that. Like, damn it. Why did I have to be just a little bit older than her? So, she was born in rural Illinois. Well, we're gonna say that she was born in Illinois. To get all get her parents' name right here, we're gonna go ahead and look that up. Yeah, so she was born in Illinois to Richard. Get her mother's name. Richard and Betsy has a sister named Bethany. And I don't know yet. Yeah, I don't know is if Bethany is older or younger than her. We're gonna have to like get a special page that like that lists as just like a basic basic fact. One of the things that I do know that I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to open up Kiwi Farms because Kiwi Farms is like they are actually more on it than anything else. they've made an amazing, amazing thing here about her. I'm gonna look at the last most recent post, see what they have here. I think that they got. Hmm. Ooh, Katie Herzog discusses Eliza's report on the new block and reported episode 150. It's subscribers only at the moment. Will go public in a couple of days. Here's the relative part of the show. I've had not had a chance to listen to it yet myself. Ooh, we gotta check this one out. See, this is why you gotta love Kiwi Farm because they're gonna find you stuff and show you stuff that you don't know yet. And I may have to figure out how to get this thing that they're talking about.
All right, Katie, Eliza Blue.
Okay, are you ready for this one?
No, but go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to revisit Eliza Blue. Some people might remember this from a Primo episode that we did a couple months ago. Do you remember that? Any recollection?
I honestly, whenever you ask me, barely. This was like, so it had something to do with her having been trafficked, and you reached out to her, and there was some shadiness there about her story, or at least unanswered questions about the factual details.
Yeah, so this is going to be familiar to some of our Primo listeners, but there's a bunch more detail that's all new and new drama that you didn't hear. So we did talk about this before, but this story has just gotten weirder and weirder since we last talked about it. So Eliza Blue is a self-proclaimed survivor of human trafficking and an advocate for other fellow survivors. And she's been working with Twitter and Elon Musk to eliminate child abuse material on the platform. I will check in with my new friend and see if he's familiar with her. He might have some thoughts. And her connections to Elon and Twitter really have served her well, which is partly why we're revisiting this today. We'll get to that later. But first, who is she? So that question is surprisingly difficult to answer because much of the information that Eliza has put out about herself is contradictory. It's vague. I spent way too many hours at the end of last year digging into this story, and it's a rabbit hole. Eliza did not like me or pretty much anyone asking questions. You'll hear about that in a little bit. But let's start with Eliza's own version of her life story as told through interviews and podcasts. We'll compare that to what I and others were able to dig up. Okay, so she's in her early 40s. It's the year's a little muddy, but she's, I think, between the age of 40 and 43, 41 and 43, let's say. Her given name is Eliza Morthland. She's from a small town in Illinois. She grew up on the family farm. She was homeschooled by her parents. They're conservative, Christian. Her father is a farmer and a politician who briefly served in the Illinois State House. She has at points claimed that she was trafficked for between 7 and 15 years. The story doesn't hold up to any conceivable timeline. she claims to have gaps in her memory, but the basic story is that when she was a young punk, she says she met a photographer at the Vans Warped Tour in Chicago when she was 16.
Sorry. I went
Yes.
to the Vans Warp Tour in maybe
Maybe you met her.
2000. There's some good ska there.
Yeah, I'm sure there was. So this photographer, he's in his late 20s, and she says that he convinced her to go out to LA. She's going to make her a star. There, she did go out to LA. She went with her mom. She says that he groomed her, gave her drugs, sexually assaulted her. So she was there for a little while. She didn't tell her parents about this. She and her mom go back to Illinois, and then pretty soon after, she decides she wants to move to LA. So she packs up her bags, and her dad drives her out there to move there. While she's there, she connects with this photographer, the one who sexually assaulted her, and she says that within 48 hours she is addicted to drugs. And she doesn't know what drug that she's addicted to, just that it's called ice. Ice is a drug, it's crystal meth, but she's still like at this point when retelling this story, she's like, I don't know what it was. It was some drug called ice and I was addicted to it. I find that a little bizarre because it seems like if you're addicted to drug, like the first thing you would know is the name of the drug that you're addicted to, what it is, what you are like seeking out to put into your body. But I've never been addicted to ice, so who knows? Okay, so she says that the photographer introduces her to a high-profile musician, and this musician, he offers her drugs, alcohol as well, and then she claims that he sells her into sex slavery for $500, and the buyer is supposedly a rich guy who lives in the Hollywood Hills and runs a sex trafficking ring for trans people.
Hollywood Hills sex trafficking ring for like the
victims, not the buyers. She herself is not trans. She, at different points, she has said that her pronouns are they, them, and she's non-binary, but I can't tell if that's trolling or not. Okay, so she says that she didn't go to the police because she had no jobs, no friends, and had been basically brainwashed into thinking that her sex traffickers cared about her. I don't think that's an uncommon narrative. I think that really happens. She never called her parents or the authorities at any time because she says she didn't even realize she was being trafficked. And besides that, she didn't want to break her parents' heart. She says that she was starved, not given food or water, and at some point she overdoses on drugs, is left for dead by her traffickers. She's taken to the hospital, and there she says she does interact with the police, but she doesn't tell them what happened or what.
So, like some of what you say is believable. I mean, here, because at some point, her traffickers were going to possibly leave her um for dead. When you're involved in tracking this is gonna sound horrible, but you kind of have, sad to say, there's this there's this shelf life. Okay, when I was in my 20s, I used to have guys whistling at me. Uh, or, well, no, I take that back. They wouldn't whistle at me, but they would get chatty with me and kind of make me feel like they were just being too close to comfort. But as I've gotten older, they obviously whatever were trying to pick me up or whatever with me. But as I've gotten older, as I've gotten in my 30s, that happens less and less. And the same is kind of true as sex back. At some point, they would have given her the boot and not wanted to have anything to do with it. That's just the sad truth of it is. And she was talking here about how I would think that if I was addicted to something, you would know what the drug is. Well, many victims at the time, now this is at the time, you know, you might not initially, if you're 16, 7 years old, somebody slips you something, drugs you, you may have no idea what it is that they gave you, but as you got older, at some point, you're going to figure out what the drugs were. Excuse me, a lot of allergies. But the idea that at some point down the line, age 25, whatever, if she was truly in this life for a couple of years, at some point she would have known what it is that they gave her. That's just not realistic at all.
or what was happening to her because she didn't realize that she was a victim. She didn't realize that she was being trafficked because she thought that trafficking was like immigrants stuck in semis. So she's released from the hospital. She does call her parents. She goes home to Illinois. She says she stayed home for 2 weeks and then she went back to LA and called her traffickers within 2 hours of landing. But her trafficker wouldn't take her calls because she was such a pain in the ass.
Okay.
Yeah. And this comes back. She talks often about how she was such a pain in the ass. And I believe that she was a pain in the ass. Okay. So that's phase one. That's the Eliza Moreland phase. So she's living in LA. She has escaped trafficking by virtue of the fact that she's such a pain in the ass, that her traffickers won't take her calls. She joins a band. She marries her bandmate. She changes her name to her husband's name. It's Eliza Sipes. He joins the military. They move to Germany. That's where he's stationed, but he's abusive. He tries to kill her. So when he's sent to Iraq, she moves back to the...
This is interesting. So she's saying that whoever it was that she married was a bandmate. I've been hearing that he was somewhere in the military at some point. And I've been hearing that they get divorced, but this is like, huh. It all just keeps getting so interesting. It all just keeps getting so very, very interesting. And I don't know whether or not this is something that would help us identify who he is.
To the U.S. So everything that I've told you until now, this is from Eliza's own retelling of her story. But this is the point where she starts to get vague about what happened. So what I'm going to tell you now is pieced together through various online archives from the early 2000s, including a story she wrote and posted on MySpace. This is a thinly veiled account of her own experiences. And what happens is that she becomes involved in the fandom for the band My Chemical Romance. Jesse, do you know them? Do you know that band?
Yeah. When I was do you want me to sing the song?
Okay. Will you just describe their aesthetic for me?
That's right. I had heard from somewhere that first name was Ben. I had heard that somewhere, but this was the first that I had heard that, according to this interview that we're listening to now, that most of it is behind a paywall. So we don't quite have a way to access it right now. But apparently he was in a band. The everything that I've been hearing about him until now that they've been focusing on is just the fact that, well, he's former military. And that's all we've got. But we've some, like, I hate to just track these random people down that have nothing to do with her life anymore. But somebody, Brittany Vinny, got to get background checks. I worry about what she's going to do with that information. Like, I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but I posted on Twitter where I called her father. There are some other people that I want. There are some people that I know that I definitely want to try to get a statement out, but someone like her ex that hasn't been in her life for close to 15 freaking years, like, do people really want to be tracking him down and bothering him? I don't know. I mean, I felt dirty enough just recording that phone call. All right, so let's listen.
I mean, it's like very troubled but wealthy teen, gothish.
Like eye makeup on boys.
A lot of eye makeup. Yeah, it's like, a descendant of Robert Smith's look with The Cure.
Yeah, but like if Robert Smith had a nanny.
If Robert Smith grew up with a nanny in suburban Chicago, yeah.
So at this point, Eliza's in her early 20s, probably around 22, and she's into hair and makeup. They like that era The emo look is very specific. She decides to go to cosmetology school with the goal of doing hair for bands, specifically her favorite band, My Chemical Romance. And she actually accomplishes this. One thing about Eliza is that when she sets out her mind to do something, she gets it done, at least in some ways. And this is like one recurring theme in her story is that she wants to be famous and she wants to be close to famous people. And at the time, she's just a fan, right? But she keeps going to their shows. And then at one show, she approaches the lead singer. His name is Gerard Way. So they exchange email addresses. They start corresponding. And I'm going to speed up the timeline here. But she gets more and more involved in his life. She befriends his brother, who is also in the band.
And to me, it's Chris Radfin. No, that's a name that I haven't heard of. See, this is part of the reason that I'm doing what I'm doing here is that there are so many different names here. I don't know if you saw what I had pulled up here. I'm gonna get it reshared here. That's that website that we've got there that we're listening to the interview. It has some of the best information all gathered into one place. I've got so many windows open because this gets all so fucking crazy. But I'm trying to make the official Eliza. Oh yeah, that that's not someone I wanna. Somebody's gonna track that poor kid down. That's that's just a mess and a half right there. But I feel like I want to try to keep this focused on some of the things that are most important. Like, okay, we know this is when she was born, and then we know that she was born in Richard and Betsy, to Richie and Betsy Mortland. She has a sister named Betsy. That's kind of the big important things that we know here. And then everything else is gonna get kind of filled in from other places here. But it's inevitable that somebody's gonna track this kid down, and it. I don't like it, but it's the nature of the industry that we're dealing with. They're gonna track that kid down. This is kind of the way it is. And I don't, it's hard to really say what his situation is and whether or not it's really a good idea for anybody to be messing with him and taking advantage of this for clout and whatnot.
Band. His name is Mikey Way, as well as his partner. Her name is Alicia. Oh, and as an aside, she's involved in this friend group with Jeffree Star, who is also famous. He's a YouTube makeup influencer now. He has been in his own heap of drama over the years. He is currently vague posting that he's fucking an NFL player. He was so yes.
Wait, that's not very vague.
No, he shows like the back. He's vague about who it is.
Yeah.
He posts like pictures of
Very
like the
vague
back
about
of the
who it is. Now,
NFL player.
Jeffree Star
I
is someone
suspect
that
it's a
I think-
kicker.
Do you think this is connected to Tom Brady's retirement?
He's a big enough.
Why do you wait? Hold on. You're being
a
a anti-kicker. Why do you suspect it's a kicker?
Because I am a homophobe.
The kickers,
They had
the
big
twins
calves.
of professional football.
I mean,
as someone that used to work with special needs, I don't even like to call someone with Asperger's. I don't like that word, but I've worked with young people that were diagnosed with that, like in Sunday school and in other environments, and I I am praying that people will leave him alone and leave him be. But Jeffree Star, if somebody could get Jeffree Star pinned down and get him a get him to make a comment, that would
I mean, come on. Come on.
All right, continue.
Okay, so she's friends with Jeffree Star. As another aside, there's this video floating around where she's like hanging out with Jeffree Star and she says the N word. We won't get into the racist aspect of this though. So she gradually goes from being Gerard Way's groupie to being his friend, to his lover, to his fiance when she asks him to marry her, and then she becomes his ex-fiance after he dumps her.
Really
And during all this, she's hyper online. She's involved in the My Chemical Romance fandom. In the fandom, they largely hate her. So even today on the My Chemical Romance subreddit, people talk about her. And her name during this period is Eliza Cuts. That's the name she goes by online. And for the most part, like they don't like her still. So I posted on the My Chemical Romance a couple months ago asking about what happened. I was like, you guys are always talking about Eliza Cuts. What's the story here? Here's one response. She was a hairdresser that was obsessed with Gerard and managed to force her way into his life through work and a friendship she formed with Mikey and Alicia. That's Mikey, his brother, and Alicia, Mikey's ex-wife. The general understanding is that she all but stalked him, infiltrated his life so he was unavoidable, then went off the deep end when they were in a relationship and he left her. She also made herself and information about her and Gerard very easily accessible to fans, flaunted their relationship, and then got mad when she got hate about her behavior. She lurked the My Chemical Romance sites and communities like LiveJournal and posted public blogs that could easily be read, like things like MySpace. It was wild. Here's another comment. She was busted years ago after Gerard left her for spreading falsehoods about all of the band members and some of their significant others in the fandom community. One of her methods was using dummy accounts to parrot and agree with her views, opinions, gossip. That reminds me of Rebecca Jones, previous guest.
Well, you said previous guest, maybe subject.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
I remember one old My Chemical Romance forum staff exposed her posts on it. It was whole threads of her just posting under different accounts, holding entire conversations, and treating information said in it like it was well known so others would spread it elsewhere, which some did. So I wasn't sure if Eliza Cuts, nay Eliza Sipes, nay Eliza Morthland, was actually engaged to Gerard Way or if this was just My Chemical Romance lore. So I got in touch with Alicia Way, who is now Mikey Way's ex-wife, and so Gerard Way's ex-sister-in-law, and I asked her about it, and she said yes, they were engaged, but it didn't really sound like he ever actually intended to marry her. Alicia.
It's true. We can now confirm that it is true that she was engaged. So it's been questions like, were they engaged? What was exactly going on? They can confirm that is the case. That they are engaged. So interesting.
Alicia said, it was an interesting dynamic. He is a very shy and very kind person in real life, and she asked him to marry him very sporadically and quickly. He was clearly hesitant to introduce her as her fiancé, but wanted to be civil as to not stir the pot too much. I'm sure he knew that the same day she asked it wouldn't last, but he would play along for the sake of civility. So I'm speculating here, but it sounds to me like he was a little scared of her, and I can see why, but we'll get to that in a minute. Okay, so that was the Eliza Cuts era. This was around 2005 to 2007. And according to Eliza, what happens next, they break up and she reverts to her trauma brain. That's what she says, trauma brain. She falls in with a new crowd. She's living in Chicago, and she's once again trafficked, this time by a professional athlete. And she's vague on the details here, but she says she was living on a, quote, gang line on the west side of Chicago, and it was so dangerous that she slept on the floor to avoid gunshots going through her walls. So the Daily Beast published a long article about Eliza this past week. It was by Will Sommer and a few of his colleagues. They tracked down Eliza's roommate at the time, and the roommate said that they actually lived in Wicker Park. Jesse, are you familiar with Wicker Park?
Not a dangerous neighborhood, right?
No, this is
it's like where the intellectual, it's like Cambridge or something.
It's like the Williamsburg or the Park Slope of Chicago. Like you are more likely to see lesbians walking golden doodles than street violence. Like if there are gangs, that is only if polycules count as gangs, or like gangs of men in skinny jeans. It is not on a gang line. And I fact checked this with somebody who lived in Chicago during that era. And even in that time, 15 years ago, Wicker Park was not fucking dangerous. And what's more, the roommate told the Daily Beast that Eliza did sleep on the floor, but she slept on the floor because she was really into floor pillows.
She was addicted. Okay,
so she says that she did have a cell phone around that time, and so she really could have called her family or the cops at any point, but she didn't because of trauma, because a good trafficker knows everything about your life, and he will kill you and your family if you leave him or if you turn on him.
I actually just straight up I mean, I know there's a lot of suspicious things here. I do not think there's a lot of situations in the United States where traffickers will kill everyone's family. I think it would make no sense from the point of view of a trafficker to do.
Well, I mean, it would be hard. It would, but the thing of it is that when you're in the thick of it, one thing that I'm not sure that he's understanding is when you're in the thick of something like this, you know, you're you're not thinking about that. You're not thinking, oh, they're probably lying to me. They probably wouldn't actually kill my family. No, you're thinking about the possibility that your family might actually be in trouble. You know. Yeah, yeah. They will definitely use the threats of hurting yourself, hurting your family, hurting you, hurting your family in order to keep you under control. So this this guy, he might be right about the fact that this is something that never happens, but you have no way of knowing as the victim in that situation whether or not they're lying, whether or not they actually hurt your family, kill your family. It, you know, you've been used and abused, and they use fear as one of their biggest tools to control you. That's just what happens in this situation. Well, what else?
Do that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if it does happen, it probably doesn't happen in Wicker Park. And she contradicts herself many times. Like on one podcast, she says, I was assaulted so many times, drugged so many times, I went to the police so many times. But I guess if she didn't mention that she was being trafficked. It makes very little sense. She also doesn't know how long she says she was in the life, and she says she doesn't know how long she was in the life because she has memory loss. But she says it was a long time, and then eventually she's working at a strip club, and someone from a rescue drops off a stack of Bibles at the strip club where she was being trafficked out of, and she says she picked up this Bible.
And okay. Here's the thing. Like some of the things that she might be telling people here, it's not necessarily those things in and of itself are not necessarily 100% true that she is lying. Yeah, you've been in a situation like that. You're going through something like that. You're you, you may very well have memory issues because half the time that you've even been with any of these people, okay, you've been drunk. They and you're gonna have you're gonna have memory issues. You're gonna have things that you don't remember. That's just yeah. There's I mean she has familiarized herself greatly with what might be the story that a lot of people um may have experienced in trafficking. She has definitely educated herself on what it is that they've gone through, what their personal experience has been. Um, that yeah. So what makes this difficult is that yeah, anyone who shares their story from now, yeah, it could be questions like, well, we know somebody else has said the same thing, certain lies of blue, and I hate that, but I wish there was one thing that we would teach survivors, we would teach victims and survivors of any kind of violent crime. We've had drill it. You need to believe all victims. You need to believe all women. But what I but what I have decided for myself, if I am ever a victim, I have decided for myself that I'm not going to go at it with the attitude that everybody is just required to believe me. I don't feel like the world owes me that. What I do believe is that if I go to the police and when I report it, I believe that my doctors, I believe the police officers, they are required to take my report seriously. But some random Joe on Twitter, they're not required to believe me. They don't know me from Adam. I would think that, someone like my mother or my father, that if I said, hey, XYZ happened to me, I hope that they would believe me. But I'm sure that happens, and that's frustrating. But, you know, unless somebody like knows you personally, unless they were in your life when that happened, I am not of the opinion that you go at it with the attitude that everyone is required to believe you. You have to be able to accept the fact and work through the fact that there's going to be people that are not going to believe you. And I think that because we have people like Eliza Blue that come out and they lie about their story, okay, and they make all this shit up, we need to help them be prepared for the possibility that not everybody. It's just not going to happen. Not real life. Yeah. Ran over.
And there was a URL on the back of the Bible. So she goes to the website and she sends an email to this rescue organization. And then more shit happens. An advocate moves her out of her apartment while she's at work. And she says she ended up going to a safe house and entering a 2-year recovery program. But again, she only lasted 3 months because she's such a pain in the ass. And she says that within 3 days, she was back with her trafficker. But by that point, the seeds had been planted for her eventual escape. And then eventually she gets a new boyfriend and her sibling has a child, so she has a nephew. And that's when she really escapes for good. And then she starts working as an advocate for other survivors herself. She does some sort of training program. And this is what leads to her newfound fame and her relationship with Elon Musk. There's a lot Eliza leaves out of the story, but she has a long online footprint. And it turns out that during the post-Eliza Cuts period, so this period where she was being trafficked, supposedly, she was going by the name Eliza Knows, and she was working as a cosmetologist and a model. So she did eyebrows and she did like modeling gigs at trade shows, fitness centers. She did some ads. She tried out for a few different reality TV shows, including American Idol. She was on the Steve Harvey show at one point. She marketed herself on Instagram and ChatSnap.
What's ChatSnap?
Snapchat. So, Jesse, I'm going to play you a clip. This is from a 2016 video called Eliza Knows. I refused a booking request to have sex for $150,000. I want you to note her voice.
Now, when it comes to booking requests...
I'm dead.
Go ahead.
What's been your strangest booking request so far?
Oh my God. $150,000 to have sex. I mean, it's a nice offer, but it's not me.
Turned it down.
I did, yeah. I did.
Was it hard for you to turn it down? Did you think about that one for a little
it
bit?
wasn't even a question, no. It's just not my thing, you know? I mean, no shade. It's just not my thing.
Now, what about people...
$150,000, so that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. I was like, whew, whew. It wasn't hard. It's just the thought of the money. It's just like, whew, whew. But it's just not me, you know?
Other than that being a crazy story, I would say she sounds, stereotypically black.
Yeah. Okay. So just remember that voice. Okay. So
And I say that because this whole time I assumed she was white.
she's white.
Okay. I mean,
She's very white.
Race is a construct.
She's
no shade, y'all. You can talk however you want.
She is a farm girl from Illinois whose father is a Republican politician. I think you can safely assume that she is white. Okay, so I'm not actually sure if she refused a booking request for $150,000 because that whole sentence seems to imply that she wasn't doing sex work, and she says it's not my thing. I wouldn't do it. No judgment, but I wouldn't do it.
You're saying, hey, you're a sex slave now. Oh no, this guy wants to have sex with you for $150,000. I don't want to. No. Okay.
Yes, it's
also.
Too
I
much.
I don't know much about the escort world. I think I could be wrong. I think the number of people who can get paid $150,000 to have sex with them has to be very low. That seems exceptionally high.
I think
But
you're probably
knows?
right about that. I think that would put you
We
in
should
the
investigate this.
1%. Yeah,
Can I use
why don't you
take
investigate
some
it?
bar pod money and
Yeah, it's a tax write-off. Okay, so yes, if she were like doing sex work and she refused a booking request for $150,000, I feel like her trafficker would have had something to say about that. But regardless, in that clip, she's saying, no, I didn't do sex work. Later, she says I was trafficked. There's a lot of contradictions here. I mean, of course, you would probably, it would make sense to lie about something like that. Anyway, she first came to my attention a couple years ago when she started showing up on my Twitter timeline and doing interviews on various podcasts. And there was just something suspicious about her from the beginning. And that's because to me, she sounded like a conspiracy theorist. Like in 2021, she tweeted a bunch of times about how she thinks that the world is run by a satanic pedophile ring. And then she's like, I'm not kidding. I really do. Like she wasn't being ironic. It sounded like QAnon shit. And she has disavowed QAnon since then, but she says shit that makes her sound like she's like one step from saying that Tom Hanks is keeping kids in his basement.
Yeah.
Like I thought she sounded shady and unserious. And so when people, mostly conservative and libertarian pundits, started having her on their podcasts and YouTube shows to talk about human trafficking, I just thought like this is going to come back and bite these people in the ass, which it now has. But she was still a pretty minor figure until Elon brought Twitter. And then after that, she's all over Twitter. So she has somehow befriended Elon. And she was also had somehow befriended Jack before that, but she wasn't as much of a presence on Twitter, Jack Dorsey. And after he bought the company, she did this Twitter Spaces with him and Ella Irwin, who is Twitter's new head of trust and safety, where she claimed that after years of pushing Twitter and Jack Dorsey specifically to deal with their child pornography problem on the platform to no avail, Elon buys the platform and then immediately tackles this with her help. So she gives him some recommended best practices on what to do. He takes them, and then child abuse is no longer a problem on the platform. And I should say, she's a huge Elon Musk fan. Like a few years ago, she shaved a Tesla logo into her hair for the Tesla Parade Against Human Trafficking, which was an event in Atlanta. It was not organized by Tesla. It was organized by Tesla owners
who don't like human trafficking.
Can you
imagine? Someone probably met their wife there, and that's going to be an amazing story.
The whole thing was...
Now, here's the thing. It sounds to me like the same way that she may have obsessed over Gerard Way. She kind of obsessed over Elon. But here's the thing. Elon's a little bit older, and Elon was very focus driven, and he did sometime around December. He did unfollow her. So while she wanted him because of the fame, because of the popularity, etc. He, interestingly enough, he did say when he was on Saturday Night Live that he's somewhere on the spectrum, and as we both know, she had apparently an involvement with a 17-year-old who also has Asperger's. We know all that. She looks for people that she thinks can be easily manipulated, and Gerard Way might have been easily manipulated at the time because he was much younger. And then with this situation, she might have thought that, well, with my looks, and she may have been realizing, oh, he has Asperger's. She may have thought that he was a whole lot easier target than what he really is. I can totally see that happening. I think that he was not but he ended up, he's older though. And just because, he might be somewhere on the spectrum, does not mean that he has not, learned some coping abilities, what have you. he still has life experience on on his side when it comes to dealing with people, and that makes a difference. The older you get, even if you have Asperger's.
Thing was very bizarre, but she has said that Tesla and Elon, because he's so smart, he should use AI to stop the proliferation of child pornography. And so when he bought Twitter, this was the perfect chance for her to get involved, and she did. So this,
Dude,
yeah,
I just realized that's going to be our Skynet scenario. So here's how it's going to go down. Elon is going to create an AI, the AI, to end the scourge of child pornography. How do you do that? You feed it terabytes of hardcore child pornography. This AI becomes the biggest and most dangerous pervert in the world, and it enslaves us all.
This is how it ends. Okay, so all of this, her involvement when this grew her platform immensely. And conservatives in particular started treating her like she was a hero. And I had some questions about her. So last year, I reached out to a friend whose podcast she'd been on, and he reached out to her for me. And it was not Tim Dillon, just so we're clear. And she told him that I should reach out to her friend Amanda to arrange an interview, which I did. So after some back and forth, Amanda asked me what the focus of the piece was and said, this is a quote, "What's your number? She'll call you when she has a break." And I said, "Great, here's my number. I'm interested in the Twitter changes and her history as a survivor." And then right after I sent that message, my phone rang and it was Eliza. What I didn't realize was that she sent me another message while I was on the phone with Eliza that said she doesn't usually talk about her personal history, can talk changes though, that's Twitter changes. I didn't see that message. But
Wait, what is that? She doesn't usually talk about her personal history?
Right.
That's completely, she talks about it endlessly.
Yeah, she talks about it in vague terms. She talks about it.
Just not with journalists.
Well, right, exactly. So I didn't see that message. Even if I had, however, that wouldn't have changed my behavior whatsoever.
Okay, so what happened next?
Okay, so I talked to her for maybe like 20 minutes about what was going on with Twitter. She told me that she had previously been in touch with Jack and he didn't do anything. And then she was in touch with Elon and she gave him basically a list of ways to combat child abuse on.
She did get a message from Amanda that she did not see, saying, she doesn't really like to go in there. For whatever reason, she did not see that message. But typically when you just said that would not have changed her behavior, and I get it. She asks the questions, and whatever questions Eliza doesn't want to answer, so she just has to say no too. That's all she has to do. She just has to say no.
On the platform, and this included things like banning hashtags that are commonly affiliated with child abuse. I don't know what those hashtags are. It would be very hard to fact check this because if the hashtags are banned, that I couldn't see if they used to be child abuse material affiliated with the hashtags. And in January, NBC News published a story called "On Musk Twitter, Users Looking to Sell and Trade Child Sex Abuse Material Are Still Easily Found." A review conducted by NBC News found dozens of accounts and hundreds of tweets claiming to sell child sex abuse material. So I'm not personally going to go pedo hunting. I will take their word for it that this problem has not stopped on Twitter. But regardless, after we spoke about Twitter on the phone, I asked a lot.
To me, that's wild, just from the standpoint of I would not know how to look. I would not know how to find something like that. Would not know how to do it at all. And so it's amazing to me that you can be like an expert in something like that. And that is the thing that is weird to me, that people know specifically what to look for, etc., etc. So, the quartering. Apparently, even though Tim Pool has blocked him, Cassandra Rules, who is blocked, who does his scheduling has blocked me. She has not blocked him yet. He's able to view her tweets. I wonder what that's all about. So I'm wondering if he's contacting and saying, "Hey, bitch."
Eliza, if I could ask her some more questions, and this is what happened.
I mean, I don't know if for me to tell my story at length is going to take a while.
I don't even need that.
Answer questions about my story is going to take a while.
So I know the basics of your story because I've listened to your podcast.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what the question is.
Well, I can ask you the questions.
I didn't agree to this. All I agreed to was answering a few questions about Twitter.
Well, okay, sure. That's totally fine. But can I ask you the questions or email you the questions and you can decide if you want to answer or not?
I mean, did you ask Amanda in advance to do that?
No, I told her that I wanted to ask you about the Twitter stuff and about your own story.
Okay, so you deceived Amanda, didn't tell her everything you wanted to ask me, and then you got a survivor on the phone and started asking her about her personal trauma.
No, that's not what happened. I said,
Katie, I think we're probably going to be done here. Please, just next time you want to speak to a survivor about their trauma and bring up their own past.
I literally asked her. I'm going to read you. I'm going to read you. I'll read you the message that I sent her.
Please be honest in advance
I won't.
Because there are times when I feel cool about talking about it, and there's other times when I don't.
I'll read you the message that I sent it to her. You're not listening to me.
I was totally comfortable talking about Twitter. If you were going to ask me about my own traumatizing story, I would have appreciated a little bit of a heads up. And you know what? I think you're a cool person. I always have. And I know you're cool with Tim Dillon, and I would have appreciated a little bit more respect just off.
You're not listening to me. Here's what I said to her. I said, I'm interested in the Twitter changes as well as her history as a survivor. That is what I told her.
Okay, then I'm going to speak to her about that, because then she messed up and didn't tell me what's up.
Okay, well,
I apologize for blooping out on you. She should have told me that. I'm going to go get in her ass. So
can I ask you the questions?
I'm not cool with it. It's been a long few days, and honestly, I don't feel like rehashing my whole own trauma on the phone with somebody I don't know.
It's look, there might be aspects of having lived through trauma I don't understand, but I will say it's very strange to give so many interviews or talk about what happened in so many venues in such detail and about such horrible shit, and then claim that you're too traumatized to discuss it when someone asks you specific questions. I just find that very inherently suspicious.
I did too. And Jesse, did you notice how much her voice has changed between that video and the other one?
She went back to sounding like a Jesse single-ass conky.
Yeah, she's a code switcher, that's all. Okay, so after that, she calmed down, and we actually talked for a while. She did, in fact, answer some of my questions. Like, I asked her the name of the safe house that she went to, and she told me the name, and she explained that she didn't want me to repeat it because that would put the safe house in jeopardy. I totally agree with that. She later tweeted the name of it, oddly. I was asking her to verify it, and then she tweeted it out. Yeah.
Jesus.
But I was happy to respect that. And she told me the name of the woman who was her first advocate when she was getting out of the life in Chicago. She didn't know her last name, but she had her number. And I honestly, I left the conversation believing more of her story than I did when we spoke. The conversation ended very civilly. But then immediately afterwards, she got on Twitter. She said that I had lied to her and told her that her friend Amanda had given me permission to ask her about her story. Never happened. I wouldn't say that. I didn't say that. You can hear the audio. I didn't say that. And I got absolutely dogpiled on Twitter for days.
So you're saying she just completely lied about you?
She either lied about me or she misinterpreted what I said.
Yeah.
But either way, I just got absolutely dogpiled with people accusing me of doing something akin to abuse because I was questioning a survivor. Even people who were like my followers were writing me being like you fucked up here. You fucked up here. I muted the thread, so it didn't matter that much. But still, I got there were days of people DMing me about what a shitty person I was because of this. And after that, I basically dropped the story, not because people were calling me names, but because we talked about it on the Primo episode, so I sort of felt like I got it out of my system, but also because I just couldn't figure out what was real and what wasn't. But regardless, the conclusion that I came to after digging into her and talking to her was that I thought that she did some kind of sex work in Chicago, either escorting or camming. The Daily Beast article that came out seems to confirm this because a friend of hers said that around 2016, Eliza asked her to escort with her, and she said that she could make $500 a night. That does call into question her claims from that same year in that YouTube interview that she refused $150,000 to have sex with someone. Yeah. But when I talked to her, she gave me enough details to make me think that she really did go to a safe house and she really had been working with other survivors of the sex trade in some capacity. But still, the term traffic it's really muddy. And there are a number of organizations, the largest one or the most famous one being Polaris, that consider anyone who has ever done sex work a survivor of trafficking, whether or not they were forced into it. So like, if you work as a cam girl and it's totally your own volition and no one forced you to do it, but you have a manager or a pimp, I guess you could call him a pimp, who takes a cut of your money, have you been trafficked? And I guess technically, yes, it seems like a pretty broad definition to me. And she does seem to have a broad definition of the term. Yeah. This was something else that the Daily Beast pointed out. She told Michael Malice, the right-wing podcaster, that she was trafficked on Twitter when a group of people took her picture and made fake accounts with her face.
She said that was trafficking. I mean, that's gross, but she said that was trafficking?
Yes.
Okay.
I find it really suspicious that she won't name the professional athlete who she says trafficked her in Chicago, or the well-known musician who she says sold her into sex slavery when she was underage in LA. It seems to me that if you're an advocate for survivors and you have a massive platform, you should probably do whatever is possible to stop these people from continuing to abuse women and children. And an easy way to do that would be to name and shame them. And she obviously has no problem naming and shaming people because she did it to me for something that like something I didn't even fucking do. Yeah. But she won't do that. She says that there's like legal issues. She won't do it though. And as for the stuff that happened when she was a kid, I'm more skeptical of that than the Chicago era, the Eliza Knows era. And I got really deep into the story. Like I found her old friends and asked them about it. I tried to find her criminal records. I talked with a private investigator. I emailed with an attorney who prosecutes sex crimes for a decade. And he said that like he found some of what she said shady and uncommon among the actual survivors that he's known. But I just realized at some point that there was no way I was going to definitively get to the bottom of this, so I dropped it until now.
Until now? What happened?
Okay, so over the past week, Eliza has been trending on Twitter almost constantly. And the reason for this is because she seemingly has used her ties with Elon to deplatform people who call her out or question her narrative. And in doing so, she has absolutely tanked her own reputation.
So she's using her connections to attack her own enemies, basically.
Yes.
And not folks who are like harassing her, but just questioning her story.
Yes. And so I'm not the only person who's been suspicious of Eliza. She was definitely a conservative darling for a while. She did the rounds on talk shows like Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro, but she made a few errors recently. For one, she said on Twitter that she was representing 2 of Andrew Tate's alleged victims. I have no idea if this is true.
What does representing mean in this context?
I have no idea. I have no idea. Like, she's definitely not a lawyer.
She didn't clarify?
No, but she's an advocate, right, for survivors. So in her capacity as an advocate, whatever that means. Also, very muddy term. Regardless, I don't know if it's true. I am not inclined to believe much of what she says, but Andrew Tate, for people who have forgotten, he was arrested for rape, trafficking, and organized crime. He's currently tweeting from a Romanian prison. So Andrew Tate fans, they didn't like this. They started poking holes in her story, and I'm sure harassing her as well. And then around the same time, some of the people who'd been questioning her or calling her out started getting suspended from Twitter. So there's a guy who goes by the handle Manuel DeFango. He says he used to be friends with her like for years, and he did a big thread on Eliza at the beginning of the year. He's now been suspended from Twitter, and this is the pattern. And it really looks like Eliza, who again is friends with Elon Musk, has the power to get her critics banned. For instance, a woman named Brittany Venti was suspended after she tweeted a screenshot from a music video that Eliza was in 2016. The video has been available on YouTube for 7 years. It's basically Eliza sexy dancing to a rap song. It's very professional. Like, it was published by World Star Hip Hop. It's a huge site. It was directed by Gabriel Hart, he's a legit music video director. He's worked with Ice Cube and Migos and Gucci Mane. Brittany didn't post the video. She posted screenshots from it. And then Eliza decides this is not okay, and she tweets this. I'm going to address this one time and one time only. A non-consensual photo was posted of me yesterday on Twitter. The photos have been removed. The source of the photo has also been contacted, and I'm preparing to escalate to the full extent of the law. What law do you think she broke, Jesse?
Officer, someone posted a screenshot of a video I was in that was previously published publicly.
Yeah, do you think this is England? Twitter did an outstanding job, and they will be excluded from legal action. There won't be anyone else involved spared. I take things all the way, and I have no chill. That part's true. I'm a survivor advocate, and that doesn't stop with advocating for myself as a survivor. I'd encourage my enemies to study the law. I have been for many years. It might stop you from making rookie mistakes in the future.
Dude, this is okay. Look, you and I have both come across like pathological liars. As soon as you lie about something like this, which is just crazy and transparent, you shouldn't trust. Why should you trust like more spectacular claims from this woman if she would lie about something like this?
I mean, I think that is as soon as someone tweets the world is run by a satanic pedophile ring.
That might be a good start.
Yeah. But Twitter not only removes the tweet with the screenshot from the video. This video, by the way, she got paid for it and signed a consent form for it. They add a warning label to the link, so if you try to access it from Twitter, you get a giant warning label that says, "Warning, this link might be unsafe. The link you are trying to access has been identified by Twitter or our partners as being potentially spammy or unsafe in accordance with Twitter's URL policy."
This is so crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, have like Elon Musk's fanboys, are they freaking out about this, or do they? Well, I don't know. I guess that's a big group. I don't
know about Elon's fanboys, but Eliza has lost a ton of support. Like, I got absolutely fucking dogpiled for gently asking her if I could ask her ask her about her personal history. Not even asking my questions, asking if I could ask. And then things have absolutely shifted for her, so she's the one being dogpiled and trending on Twitter.
Yeah.
And this is totally her own doing because she tweeted this idiotic thing about non-consensual photos as though the rap video she was in was some kind of revenge porn. And this absolutely Streisand's this video to the moon. And part of the reason that this is so damning is because in addition to her advocacy for survivors of sex trafficking, she sells herself, along with Elon Musk, as a champion of free speech. And now here she is trying to censor the internet. And she is succeeding. She gets the video taken down from YouTube and from World Star Hip Hop, but of course people just repost it. And then people who repost it or who even include it in clips of their own like YouTube commentary about this whole scandal, they're getting takedown notices from YouTube.
That's really crazy.
Yeah, there's another account called The Quartering. He was suspended after tweeting about Eliza.
Oh, The Quartering is like a big YouTube account. They were suspended on Twitter?
Yes, and he also got a takedown notice on YouTube. The conservative blog Red State, they retracted an opinion column about Eliza. There's now an editor's note at this link that says, this article was retracted due to editorial concerns, but I read an archive version of it, and the writing isn't great, but it's a pretty straightforward account of these deplatformings, and I just, for the life of me, I cannot see why this would have been retracted. Like, if there were factual issues, you just correct them. You don't take...
I know. There's something just so very strange and just so very wrong about the entire fact that Red State has taken this article down. Like, it just doesn't, none of it makes sense when all of these other places got away with publishing their articles to YouTube. Or to YouTube, maybe not YouTube, but Twitter. They got away with it. But I thought maybe Fair and Balanced had implied that she had received comments that they were concerned about their Twitter account being taken down, or maybe they were threatened with their Twitter account taken down. Something along those lines.
Take the whole thing offline unless something extraordinary is going on, but they took it down.
What's amazing about this is there were genuine concerns back in the day that some activists had like a really short phone line to Twitter or to other platforms, and that they were exerting undue influence. So, for example, their enforcement of issues like having to do with like the gender wars was just very biased and unfair. So it's like the exact same shit is happening. It's just a different group of close friends of people in positions of power get to. It's just the same shit. It's really the same shit.
Exactly. And this looks really bad for Eliza and for Twitter, because the free speech platforming is censoring people who question the owner's friend. And Twitter did sort of kind of respond to this. Like, so Ella Irwin, the current head of trust and safety, did a Twitter Spaces with Eliza. She tweeted, "In the past 2 weeks, we've suspended multiple accounts and/or restricted content, causing confusion for users. Unfortunately, we can't answer questions or share details about specific users and account actions."
Sounds familiar.
Exactly. Here are some things that can lead to those type of actions. And then as an example, she cites reports of non-consensual nudity, which I think is a reference to Eliza's rap video. But for one thing, Eliza isn't nude, and this isn't revenge porn. She signed a consent form. She got paid. And of course, like, there are tons of things online that people regret doing and wish they could take off the internet, but we don't have any kind of right to be forgotten laws here like they do in Europe. And definitely we don't on the internet, on Twitter. And like, as someone who has been online since I was a teenager, I sometimes also wish that we could wipe the internet of our embarrassing past, but this is just fundamentally incompatible with calling yourself a champion of free speech.
This whole thing is just it's just going to spark more conspiracy theorizing about how moderation works.
Totally. And so it's been a really bad week for Eliza, especially since that Daily Beast article came out. And her first response was to lock down her Twitter. And have you seen this like weird meme that's spreading where people are locking their accounts because they think it will increase their...
Yeah, I haven't understood.
Yeah. Okay. So this is, I'm mostly seeing this among conservatives, people going private on Twitter and saying like, I'm doing this because I heard that this will increase your engagements. Elon did it.
I'm doing this because I really need more hobbies and don't have enough going on in my life.
So after the Daily Beast article comes out, she doesn't acknowledge it. She tweets, "Let's test this locked account theory. Been hearing about it. I want to see for myself." Okay, so she also a couple days later, she tweeted that Shane Cashman, this is a guy who works for Tim Pool, she says he's working on a big story about her and she's cooperating with him. That story, whatever it is, it's not out as of this recording. She's friendly with Tim and Shane. They had her on their show. She was incredibly flattering to them. They didn't question her narrative at all until all of this other stuff came out. So from a consumer's perspective, it's a little sus that the guy she decided to give the whole story to is also this guy who she knows is friendly. I mean, from her perspective, you can see why she would want a friendly reporter. Anyway, it's possible that he will tell the entire story. It's all true. I'm wrong about this. The Daily Beast is wrong about this. Everything that she says is true. And if that ends up being true, then I will issue a giant correction to all this. One thing, I want to point out that even if Eliza's story is bullshit or like not as tragic or dramatic as she's led people to believe, if she is actually helping real survivors of sex trafficking, that's great. And I hope she keeps it up. That said, I have gotten so many messages from people who say that they were actual victims and they find her not very credible, and they also think that if she is lying, she is doing damage to the cause of other survivors.
Yeah, of course.
But she always wanted to be famous. I guess dreams really do come true in Elon's America. In her defense, a lot of people have called her a grifter. I don't think that's what's going on here. Like, she's done a couple of minor fundraisers, but she does not seem to be doing this for money as much as for attention. And I think she really could have been making money off of this. Like, she has a locals channel. She's probably getting paid for that, but she's not doing like big GoFundMes to help survivors or whatever. As for how she actually makes her money, I'm not sure. It's possible she gets paid for her advocacy work. Her locals might bring it to me.
I wouldn't be so quick to assume she's not making money off this. If you have a sob story like this, I think you will generate people reaching out to you.
Yeah, I don't think she's not doing, like, there are people like Carrie Jade Williams or Rebecca Jones is, I think, a grifter. She raised $300,000 for her lies. Eliza's not doing this.
I think this person's absolutely a grifter. I guess it's just a definitional quibble, but you're right. They're not doing a GoFundMe.
Well, I think
she's not.
I think she's doing this for attention. Just not money. And she lives on the family farm. Like, I know that she's on the family phone plan because when she called me, it was her dad's number on the caller ID. I know she lives at the family farm, so maybe she just doesn't need that much money. I don't think grifter is quite the right term for this particular character. And not all of the criticism of her has been fair. Like, there's a clip floating around where she appears to say that communities should decide whether or not a child is capable of giving consent. And this was from a podcast she did a couple years ago called Liberty Lockdown. It was her and Thaddeus Russell basically debating consent laws. The clip people are sharing looks damaging for anyone, much less an advocate for survivors. But I watched more of it, and her statements are somewhat taken out of context. Like, essentially, she's debating Thaddeus, and he's an anarchist who he doesn't believe in age of consent laws. He doesn't believe in laws. And she's hypothesizing about this imaginary, hypothetical anarcho-capitalist society and how small enclaves without government could deal with questions of consent. I still think it's dumb. Like, even in hypothetical no laws land, like a 13-year-old cannot consent to having sex with an adult. But I just don't think it's as bad as the clip sounds taken out of context.
Yeah. So all in all, grifter, I say.
I can see why you would say that. Just one more point about this. I think the fact that so many people have questioned her story does indicate that the era of hashtag believe women is over, at least under certain parameters.
Now we're not going to believe any women.
Like, had Eliza, had she come to prominence in 2017, 2018, 2019, rather than in 2022 or 2023, I think it would have been a lot more difficult and potentially damaging to publicly question her story. Not that, like, I lightly questioned her and was definitely dogpiled for it. That said, she's not really the type of person who would have been a Me Too hero even back then. Like, she credits Jordan Peterson with helping her get her life together. It's pretty fucking hard to imagine that Time magazine would have put her on the cover. And I do wonder if the Daily Beast would have published this story or would have looked deeply into Eliza if Eliza had been a liberal hero and not a conservative one.
Yeah.
Like, it's still definitely a little iffy to question a so-called survivor in liberal spaces, but it's much easier to do that if the alleged survivor is a red-pilled Jordan Peterson fan and not, for instance, a professor at the University of Rochester.
Yeah. To take one example.
And if you want to know what I'm talking about, go back to episode 106 or check our show notes for a link.
Well, that was a lot. This person seems like a pathological liar, and thank you for looking into it.
You're welcome. Question mark. I spent so much time on this story, like in December.
I can tell. There's a lot there.
I mean, it's just it took over my life for a weekend. Just the number of aliases.
She's your Keffels.
She is my Keffels.
Everyone's got one Keffels. Yeah. Anything else, Katie?
That's it.
Wow. I'm sure Keffels will appreciate being called that. He is your Keffels. Keffels. Sure she'll appreciate that. That was interesting. So, according to her, she is being dogpiled on a little unfairly for that. I mean, I don't know. I haven't had a chance to watch the entire script where she talks, that entire clip where she talks specifically about that. But this is what I got so far. This is what I got so far on the putting the timeline together. So date of birth 5/20/1981. And I don't know. I gotta double check the date, make sure it's not 5/21 and that's 20 because I'm the type of person that will make those kind of mistakes. We've got that there. See what happens when we play this. That flying clip is gonna play like it's supposed. She looks very different back then. So the first time that she was transferred would have been somewhere in 1998. She says that lasts for 15 years. Remember, she was still supposed to be, according to her, she was being trafficked at this time because it lasted like 15 years. Because it lasted years. We're gonna make that note here. I don't. Maybe I don't need that thing. I just need to kind of get closer. And I want to fix this so that it doesn't. It lasts forever, and I don't need. Oh, okay, so yeah, they are. I'm playing once on scroll into view. So let's see what happens when I do that. Hmm. That doesn't really seem to do anything. Okay. Um, um, so let's see here. Hmm. Trying to get these animations to really work might be harder than what I thought. Yeah. So maybe would have to. I'll have to play with that some more. I definitely have to play with that some more. Chances are I'm not gonna need this. I tend to be someone who hums a lot. FYI. I was thinking that I was supposed to be able to put a box around this and make the box visible. But you can't make the box visible. So that's kind of weird. Hmm. It's weird, and I don't like it. I wish that there was a box around that. I think it would work better if there was boxes. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. This. I don't think that's even letting me. So I could do a fill. I guess I could make everything blue if I wanted to. But why can't I put lines around it? Why? It's kind of weird. The only one that thinks that's not weird? I'm gonna need another line here. I gotta see what I might be able to upload here. See what this looks like. Alright, I'm kind of feeling it, kind of feeling it. But I need to Make some changes to it. And for that, I need to switch up. Um, I'll just add a new slide. Born to be wild, born somebody's child. I just had that song stuck in my head recently. I don't know why. Born to be wild. Okay, so how do I find this image that I know I have here? I'm gonna have to resend it to myself because it was a screen grab. I may have to do that. We want to take. We wanted to get it back to the original though. Is the thing. And it may not let me do that quite the way that I want to. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to resend it to myself, damn it. I didn't want to have to do quite all of that. Um, get it partially edited on my phone here. I really kind of like this photo of her. I think this photo is actually very stunning, very pretty. I think it's a really good photo. So I gotta go to download. That's where it's currently at. I I may be able to get a better resolution about that. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to get a not not gonna work. I know what I need to do though, so it's all good. Okay. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Okay, and then we're gonna click done. And then we're gonna blow this up like nobody's business. But actually, we're not even gonna do this part in here. I'm gonna go to Twitter. I don't know why Frida has been making me verify it every single time. But then live. I'm just gonna go here on Twitter. unmute until I wrap things up. Now, why is it doing this? Why is it like, don't click on me? Yeah, I'm clicking on you. I don't know why you're not letting me click on anything. Am I frozen? Really? Oh, for the love of God. See, you don't have a control alt delete thing like you do. I'm on a Mac and I don't really have like a control alt delete. I can't even remember what the fuck I'm supposed to do in order to get this to close when it doesn't want to. I actually have to Google it. I can never remember. When you have working memory issues, you only have the capacity apparently to remember so many different things. Equivalent of control delete. Delete on Mac. Command option escape. Okay. Command. Yeah, Twitter. We want to force quit Twitter. Since you've decided you don't want to work, we're just gonna force quit you. And we're gonna try you again. There we go. I think we're gonna work this time. I have faith in you, Frida. I do, I do, I do. This is definitely the right size that I want. That's a painting that I did. All right, I think that'll end up looking a lot better. And we're going to export. We don't want to save it to documents because we'll never find it. So where do I want to save it to make sure that I find it? So that one. Timeline pick. I will save it. Hello to all of those following us right now on the internet. We do have a channel that doesn't get much action on Twitch under the Most Banned Queen. We get people that come in and out on there. There is at least one other person watching on YouTube right now besides me. I got it pulled up so that I can occasionally listen to the sound. So it always says that Abby's listening. If you haven't, be sure to hit the like and subscribe button. And if you appreciate what we are doing here, as you can see, we have Venmo alone on the option, we have Cash App on the option. I am not monetized, not sure that I'll ever be monetized. But if you appreciate the work that I'm doing here, I believe in the grift. I support my fellow grifters. It's hard out there for a video vixen like myself. It is very hard, very hard. Alright, so we gotta. Here's my export products in here. Oh wait a minute, we've already exported it. See, this is what happens when you have processing orders. You're like, oh, I did that already? Yeah, you did that already. Alright, so in theory, this is gonna look better. We're on downloads. We want to go to desktop. Mm. Sometimes I really do not like Mac because I'm like, I exported it, but where the fuck did it go? Ugh. So we're doing this again because I don't know where the fuck it's at. I'll look one more thing. Because really, it's kind of ridiculous that I can't fucking find it. Dang it. See, I don't know why it doesn't show up under recent. It's the most recent thing that I did was export that image. But you can't even find it by going to that, which I just think is dumb. Pretty sure I did it under my desktop. So by going to my desktop, I should be able to freaking find it, right? That's the way that this stuff is supposed to work. So where the hell is it? Because I know I exported it. I remember exporting it. After I got to thinking about it, I remember exporting it. So Jesus, Joseph Mary. I guess I just have to assume that I did it. See? Welcome to my life. I think I might have done it as a document, though. That might be part of the problem. So I said I didn't do it. Okay. Okay. Professionals here, people. Well, I don't want to do it the way that I was about to do that. I was thinking, I want to make sure that it doesn't get saved to something weird. I was just going to do it as a JPEG. I was going to do it as something else. Okay. All right. So, let's try this again. No. I guess it's still. Are you freaking kidding me? Where is it? Do you realize how long it is taking me just to get the the freaking background of the picture changed? It's really it's ridiculous. Sometimes I hate my life so much. Because what I'm doing here, it's not hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. Let's go with that. If I can't seem to pull it up this time, I'm just gonna say fuck it, because whatever the hell is going on with my brain right now that I'm having a hard time getting it. Here we go. Like if I come back to it in an hour later, it'll be fine. But it's looking like we got it. And after all that, it's still more blurry than what I would like. But you know what? I'm not worrying about it anymore. We spent enough time on this. Let's take a look at this. Let's see if we can get some different colors here. I don't like that as much as I thought I would. What if it's white? I want to make sure that things show up clearly. I might have to do some kind of fill. I don't want to do the same color of blue or necessarily even blue. But I just kind of I want it to all be consistent throughout. Mm, mm. Oh, you know, wanna be wild. Ooh, I think I like that color. I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna share this link with some people. Not gonna share it wildly on Twitter just yet. People might be able to find it if they actually want to. Just someone, particularly on Twitter, that I want to send it to. Sending this to now. Live on YouTube. I'm getting so many notifications about all kinds of stuff. Someone wanting me to add something to the timeline that I you got to help me understand why that's there is a lot of so many things out there that but not all of it is necessarily it's just kind of a random fact. You know, there are some things that are just kind of random facts, but you don't it's not something that necessarily matters. We just want a simple timeline of essentially what happened when. But people are like, well, what about when somebody said this to her on Twitter? Why is it important? Why does it matter that at one time somebody said this, somebody that? There are some things if you're gonna tell me about this happened, that happened. But we want it. What I want to get a clarity on things. When did she say she was first? Okay. But what does some of the other facts say was actually happening when she was sex trafficked? Like the Ben type thing. That's kind of an important because that's part of her story. She says that she was being in an abusive relationship. Nobody really knows where this guy is at. Nobody really knows because he was in the military. We just wanna focus on things like what is the truth, what happened, was she actually married um to or engaged uh to the guy from Chemical Romance, and then before long word's gonna get out that that has been confirmed. Some people were not sure about it, but it was confirmed on thanks to Kiwi Farms posting a clip from a podcast that will soon be made public that that's true. They were engaged, and he kind of just went along with it because he was afraid with her. Again, it goes back to the things that he knows how to find men who are easily manipulated, and so that's an important fact. That to a pattern of. So we want to look at things that are patterns of behavior type things. We want to look at things that poke holes in the story as we know it. Um, somebody, or I don't know. There are some things that I don't just hear, and it's just that we can't include everything. We can't possibly include everything. And like probably gonna get like, well, why didn't you include this? Why didn't you include that? You can't include everything. There is so much out there, but you have to focus on the key details. And it's really like when we're doing. It's like when you're doing anything. Let's see. Went back to what I didn't want to do. It's like when you're doing anything. There are just some things that you can't include. If when you're doing if you're like doing an actual documentary, um, fair and balance will have to pick and choose things that she considers relevant to give you the big picture. There's a big picture, and then there's the narrow picture, and how narrowing you want to make that picture depends on how long you want that documentary to be. If you give the much broader view of things that you give, the shorter her documentary will be. The more in depth she wants to go in every aspect of this person's life, the longer it's gonna. And remember, she was originally going to make this like a 3-part documentary. I don't know if each part 30 minutes or 45 minutes, but I'm hoping the fact that she's going to release it out there all at once is, make the story about actual survivors, real survivors, make that like 15 minutes. Okay. Um, that's it. Telling the real stories of people is definitely important. Definitely important. It needs to get out there. But honestly, the reason that most people are going to be listening to her story at all is because they want to know specifically, specifically about Eliza, um, and what she may have done and not done. So if she does not get shit from people, I'll be surprised. Because I'm assuming that there's going to be stuff that she didn't include, that she didn't go in depth on. And I hope she is prepared for the fact that you cannot make everybody happy. You just can't. You can't. Impossible. If you go at it trying to make everybody happy, you're going to be really frustrated. So it's like you gotta make she's gonna have to make creative decisions about things. mean, I found out that when I was writing my scripts for crap, there was stuff that you know we're just like this just isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work. I don't know if I should make that red or what. Doesn't it? Living in Los Angeles says that she was sold for only $500 a year. So trafficking would be in 1998. Trafficking for 15 years. The last, I don't think that's lasted. I'm thinking about posting it to Kiwi Farms, but they'll be like, "You're taking all our information, everything that we've posted." And yep, bitches, I'm taking it. Welcome to the internet. We're gonna post it. People are gonna use it. Don't want them to use it. Don't post it. I feel like some people try to abuse fair use a little bit, in my opinion. I feel like it's something that they really enjoy manipulating for their own benefit. I am wondering. Obviously, I want this there. I wonder if I could do this as an image swap. But it may be just an image and not video. So that why is it? No, I'm gonna do that. somebody on Twitter was telling somebody, "You're not important enough to talk to people that big." I just made a big clown. You know, could be an adult. Think his tweet is stupid. Keep scrolling. But no. Rules of the internet state that if you are emotionally immature, you must attack somebody behind an anonymous account. You must insult. You must insult somebody. Anonymous. They gotta even make sure that I don't spell anonymous wrong because that's the trolls will get you for that shit. You know, they'll be like, "Hey, you're such an idiot. You spelled anonymous wrong." Fuck that. Who cares? But again, the processing order that I have says that you know it will get misspelled very easily if I'm not careful. Okay, I think I got it right. And I'm gonna scout with lots of numbers after your name. Does it make you feel smart because you can count that high? Think the twit is stupid. He's probably been new. The rules of the internet state if you are emotionally mature, you must insult from behind an anonymous account with lots of numbers after your name. To make sure that I Alright, so could act like an adult, think that way is stupid, he's probably but know the rules of the internet state if you are emotionally immature, you must be insult from behind and oh my god. Gotta fix it so that there's enough Yay! Okay, I think we got it out. I think we got it. That's like an adult, and you're stupid, keep scrolling the news. Let's state that if you are listening to you must be told from behind and then on the scale with lots of numbers after your name. Does it make you feel smart because you can count that high? See, here's the fun part. God bless the internet for the fact I can mute him. And he could very well respond. I'm not gonna block him. I'm not gonna bother to block him. I'm just gonna mute Cody. He's a blue dog Democrat. He follows Megan Fox. See, he's a veteran woodpecker redneck. But he's a proud American. And he could be very well proud American. But he's also lame. So the quarterling. Let's go look at the quartering. I'm reading his tweet. The story has often been that Eliza, the lady who does Simple's scheduling. That it was not her name's not Eliza. Holy crap, Cassandra is her name. That she has a pornographic history in her past. He shared something by her that was blocked, but now he's done some interesting tweets here. You know, he's mad at he's kind of gotten frustrated with Simple a little bit. Not that he didn't want to go to war with him, and now he's like, you know what, fuck it. Basically, what he said on Twitter. But 3 hours ago he posted something interesting. I just find it interesting because of the fact that I know that Cassandra apparently has some kind of history of doing porn. If you've done porno, if you've done porno in your history and you're now a part of the resistance, maybe just admit it and move on. Don't send your crazy missions to press for me not to expose it. And I'm curious where he talked about before he posted this. I'm curious where he talked about exposing it. And so then this was the famous Oscar slap by Will Smith. Somebody did a meme of that. This was the best. See, I'm blocked by Cassandra because I ripped into her a new one for calling someone that everyone's favorite reporter, dollar store Nancy Grace, Paramount. But an hour ago, he posted this. He's like, why do so many conservative pundits personalities have a history of porno? I don't care, but it's worth looking into. If you don't care, why is it worth looking into? I don't understand. Also, to all those conservative pundits sliding my DMs, begging me not to talk about it, using my female friends in the space as pawns against me. Fuck you. What is happening? Why is anyone sliding into his DMs telling him not to talk about conservatives having an issue with porn? I'm not someone that goes out of my way to listen or look at porn. Yeah, not really my thing. I don't know how much anyone in my family interacted with porn, but for those of you that don't know, this right here is this is Jack versus Spears we're looking at, and it has been, Tim Pool always wears a beanie, and so for whatever reason, so I'm confused about what he's trying to say here. What exactly is he trying to pin here? What is he trying to say here? You pinned it. Hmm. It's damn it! I did have an rules of the internet. I did have a typo. Damn it! What does iterate mean? See, I read that. How many times did we sit here reading that? Let's just put web. Let's just keep it simple. And I didn't realize that I had done it wrong. This is why I love Twitter Blue. I know there's a lot of people like everybody should, destroy Twitter Blue. I love fucking Twitter Blue, and I love fucking having 30 minutes to fix it because of shit like this. So, yeah. All right. So, where were we? So let's fix this. Make sure that the color is black. See, I get notifications of stuff so much, and I I love the person who posted this, but I am muting the conversation just because I don't need to know that 20 different people have liked that. I don't need. To respond to a random person here asking if Bigfoot is out there. So let's get back to what we were doing here and show you a beautiful image thus far and how it's all looking. Make sure we've got all of this the same color. PC, is that a different color than what this is? 'Cause I like this color better. There could be something about. No, totally different colors. I like it better. My screen was not lying to me. It is totally different colors. Pretty sure. Running me wild. Mm, Somebody's child. Thing is not being very nice when I finish school here. Font is Manica. I want to use the same font here. So it's better if I fix this as we go along. Rather than being like, oh, I gotta go through this. wonder if I'm liking how that is working out. I'm gonna do that. I know. Ugh. Hello to the silent viewers watching me on YouTube right now. Looking like I don't know what I'm doing. Putting some stuff around here. Uh, 2001. I think I wanna do this. This is just super. So I can't. Okay. I can't really seriously. There's certain things about the way this works that is really frustrating me. And I gotta Alright. And we're back. Ooh. What is Jeremy? What is Jeremy? What is he trying to? I'm confused about where Jeremy's going with this. It's like he's feeling like he's said all that he needs to say and do regarding Eliza, and now he's just nobody cares when people on the right are exposed because they say things the right agrees with. The right is sad and unprincipled. And actually, who cares when the right? When people on the right are exposed because they say things the right agrees with. The right is sad and unprincipled. Why am I confused by this? Who is it that who are the nobodies that care? Who is it that doesn't care exactly when the people on the right are exposed? Huh? What? Why am I confused by this tweet? Is it late? Is it because it's late? Is it because it's late? It must be because it's late. I'm trying to understand this point where he's going. Now he's talking about doing karaoke. It's like we just have a stream of consciousness going on right now, and I don't understand what's going on. Is that what it is? We just could have a stream of consciousness going on. Nobody, nobody really knows what we mean. A stream of consciousness. Okay, let's let's see if we can add a. Let's see what happens when we add a comment. What is? I don't know exactly what adding a comment does. Oh, okay. No, we can't. Ugh. Razzie! Why doesn't Presley let me do what on earth I want to do? I I may have to stop this for the night just because it seems like my thing's getting slow. It's not responding very well at times. I've been doing it for a while. That was that was weird. Yay! It finally fucking worked. All right. I knew I was supposed to be able to do that. we're gonna do it this way. Alright. The only way we can do it. There we go. And now, for all I know, there is some things that um, happened that will have to be put before this blind date thing. Um, but the reason why that is significant is you gotta remember, she says that the, her trafficking lasted for 15 years. This would have had to have happened sometime in that time period. So it's just something that it doesn't really make sense that her traffickers let her go on that show. I just don't think that that's something that they would have done. She would not. I don't even know that she would have been in any shape to go on that show. To be honest with you. Let's fix this. The more I think I get this right, the more it just all ends up messed up. Remember. So this trafficking story has needs to be filled out a lot more because remember she says that she was at a concert concert, so there are details about this. It's got to be fleshed out a little bit more, and I got to figure out how to do that. There seems to be like a there seems to be so much done. It's crazy. So let's see how this looks so far. Eliza Blue timeline, born in 1981, born in Illinois to Richard Moreland, North London, 70. First time alleged trafficking. She was on the dating show Blind Date 2001. This is important because remember, this was during her time being sex trafficked. She wouldn't have been allowed to do any of that, or shouldn't have been allowed to do that. You know, in theory, sex trafficking is a pretty tight lid on you because you're their product, right? I mean, to be blunt about it, you're their product, and they're not just going to be letting you go out and about and do whatever you want. There. I'm gonna delete this. Yeah, delete. Yay. That better. I don't want to put that part, but yeah. Move that up some. Ooh, we've gotten some more viewers here. We now have two additional people besides myself watching the TV show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We've been working on a timeline. But Eliza Blue is still very much in its early stages. I'm primarily using Kiwi Farms. The Kiwi Farms kind of has everything coalesced into one spot. Um, but if you have things that I'm missing, be sure to DM me. Um, yeah. So if you like what it is, if you appreciate what it is that I'm doing, as you can see, I have Bingo, I have Cash App, I am monetized. Yeah. Everybody's got a grift that they're doing in some way associated with this. And sadly, I apologize for not being any different. I'm going to share link into the chat for everyone. Um, and if you missed it earlier, there's a lot of things that I know that people want to and need to include with this, uh, but it is just not possible to include everything. It's just impossible. But I would do appreciate for people sending me some stuff here, responding to a. Make sure that this what I'm showing is not visible here. Okay. One second. Jeremy's still tweeting. Does Jeremy need to be told to step away? No. Okay. But I'm not ready to. I'm about ready to tell Jeremy that he needs to step away and stop tweeting. And stop. Alright, so let's go back to Kiwi Farms and see where we kind of need to go next as far as what we need to focus on and look at. This was the blind date thing. Uploaded, man, that's been 14 years. Jeez. Oh, we're going on 17 years ago. That's crazy. Okay. Alright, so she was trying something around. She said she was overly $500. So we got that on September 10th. So right now, I wanna figure out how to add things like from her early life. I want to begin from the time when she was Eliza Cut, or maybe just like before that. I'm wanting to figure out like when the whole I want to know when the whole area began, I guess. Okay, see, I want to get the whole She allegedly engaged at sometime around May or June 2007 about her marrying to a rock musician named Paul of a fictional band named Black Pajama Party on MySpace. Her fanfic was posted on LiveJournal by NCR fans, so we can read it. I want to go kind of deep into all of that. So I kind of think that that's definitely. I mean, here's something that is mentioned that I don't really freaking care about. She got a tattoo inside of her lower lip that says love in 2005. Eh. We want to cover her video vixen era because that video vixen area is kind of what led up to everything that happened with this video. This is the most. Whoa! I can't play that. I can't. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Cannot play that. Do not want to get a privacy. I want to know. So now to let's reset era. Who was Men Talk 15? So this was in 2022. This happened December 2022. Oh, okay, so this is good right here. Works with MCR as Eliza Cut stated Gerard at one point allegedly engaged. We can now confirm that yes, they were engaged because of the interview that I played earlier in the podcast. That interview will be becoming public in the next couple of days. Um, so this is kind of the timeline that we want to play with, and we want to kind of expand on things within that timeline. And we want to add the things within that timeline that are basically important and that we need to keep track of. So we want to know if there was appearances besides blind date that happened in 2001. We want to know those. We want to know key details that happened between 2004 2007. If we have any sort of articles, anything like that, we want to be able to link for that. If we can get it, if it was possible to get a copy of the cosmetology license, we want that. In 2006, we want to find out whatever the fuck we can about Vince Sykes. I found articles related to her American Idol appearance, so we can include those as and it's more just about proof of saying, hey, yes, this happened, and here's the proof that it happened. That's what this timeline does. So this is the proof. This is what happened, and this is the proof of what happened. All right, that's how we know this is what happened because arrested in Illinois. We gotta freaking figure out what that is. Let's see. We have the mugshot. So that happened. Search Google image. Let's see what happens when we search Google image for that. Because I'm having a hard time believing that there's not more details out there. There's details on everything freaking else. What am I looking at here? Who she thinks I'm? Huh? I don't know why she's giving him a hard time. Oh, so this was in. Oh, y'all. This makes some of you all look bad, in my opinion. Whoever this Zero Dark Tony is, this was from last year. You all just jealous of the attention she's getting. Oh, seriously? Actually, I'm more concerned for when the volatile individuals get financially taken advantage from a bullshit story. You don't at all come across that way. You seem more concerned with clout, superficial praise, than helping anyone. I have no idea what she's what the hell? Oh boy. This is. Oh, Jesus and Mary. I'm giving him a follow because him and I need to talk. I just want to know if he got so much heat for posting that, but now it's all anybody can talk about. Ooh, look at this. She's been arrested. I'm sorry, but I think this is funny because now everybody knows. Because now everybody wants to know why everybody. Now everybody wants to know why was you. Oh, I mean that's kind of my impression. If people want to tell me I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. unpaid parking tickets, you know? But well, there is so much I want to say in that tweet, and I just decided to keep it simple. Just what I think. Oh Lord God, God Almighty, the quartering needs to stop. Stop posting. Somebody take Twitter away from the quartering again. He's showing his cards. He's showing his cards. One tweet here. I've taken 30 shots at Tim. I totally understand if he blocked me again. No war. Lots of important stuff on Monday. I don't give a fuck about Tim. I care about Twitter working with Eliza Blue to censor creators. Oh, I guess that maybe that's not as bad as what I thought it was. It's not as bad as what I thought it was. I am going to be fundraising for something Monday, but I don't want to target of those funds. The target wants the target of those funds to know how big the war chest is. Does Gifts and Go allow creators to hide that? Effing no. Nope. Nope. I think it's part of the transparency. I think it is part of the transparency with the people who are donating. It also inspires people to want to give. I don't. I don't want you all to read this. Hold on a second. Got some pictures I need. I don't know. Oh boy, that whole thread just cracks me the fuck up. Like you're just um. No, I don't know. What I'm clicking on here might not be. Hmm. Some interesting things here. Hmm. trying to figure out how to. So I mean, he seems like a pretty connected individual. I'm gonna see what happens when I measure him and ask. That when you posted about her arrest, people. I would like to know more about it if you have any idea why she was arrested. So let's go to the Illinois. We might be able to figure out something here. Let's see if we can find out more about why she was arrested. I had no idea that somebody posted that so long ago. Well, not even really that long ago. It was just in December 22. And we're not even talking a month ago. We might not be able to find anything, but we can try. See what that is. This might allow us. Might allow us to search. Mm, I may have signed up because there's been other people that I've yeah there's been other people that I've tried looking up some stuff. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, this Scott Hoxter. sense. Anonymous asks, the contrast between how Gerard treated Eliza and Lindsay was absolutely disgusting. He practically refused to publicly acknowledge Eliza, whereas what he got with Lindsay shortly after Project Revolution pretty much became the Gerard and Lindsay show. Every interview was about how in love they were. He never shut up about her. Oh, and now MSI discovered MCR. What a slap in the face to Eliza. That was pretty much all the proof I needed to know Gerard wasn't as great as some believe. Huh. So Layla Twin said, faces in time, a happy person, real one would not have to keep talking about every time how much she is happy with someone. Like, it's really telling every PR when you come. This was very Mikey or Frank. It really represents everything she's against. She's a bully, racist, pleasure out of people's art, bully, essay victim. Like, how can you be with someone like that? With Huh. Because I was under the impression that everybody connected with My Chemical Romance hated Eliza. Just strange. Why did more? Okay. See, this is gonna be something that they're gonna want to charge for. I'm pretty sure. Uh, Twitter is Twitter is weird. Get weird. Replies. Jeremy might have deleted his tweet about wanting to know what the war chest was. Oh, okay. Yeah, he deleted that. Jeremy. Yeah, it's gonna take forever. Forever for this load. I'm gonna get more degrees while doing that. gonna take. I'm gonna force you people to not look at this for a minute because I gotta pay for this. I know that somebody else has a thing. Where they have a free membership that I'm not eligible for because of all the things that I've done previously. No, my cat's trying to climb up me. So when he tries to climb up me, it hurts. He doesn't understand that. He's sad because I've literally been in here for 4 hours. Well, I'm finding some interesting stuff here. I can't. Hmm. Yep. Well, here's something interesting. She prefers got her professional um cosmetology license in 2007. Um, and then I guess it gets renewed, and she got that. Interestingly enough, she got that in Iowa. She actually got that in for Iowa, I think. Even though the address was for Illinois. That's not showing as active, but her cosmetology from 2009 and 2011, and again 2015. Oh, I don't know. This is kind of weird. Some of this is saying that it's active. I don't know. I'm trying to understand marriage. I know that this thing that I'm looking at. Does mention Finn Sipes. He appears to be younger than her. So we're doing a deep dive on him. Maybe we'll be able to find something about the marriage record under his name. Hmm. So, okay, for those of you that think um, the inside might have been a drug dealer, um, he's got a lot of things that he got in trouble for when it came to driving, but none of them have anything to do with selling drugs. Ooh, we have some email addresses. But do I email him? Do I email him? That's the $1 million question. Yeah, I'm like, hey, everybody wants to know about your divorce. uh, what I'm having a hard time believing is that nobody else has done this and nobody else has. He's lived in about 12 different places since 2019. Um, and honestly, that pretty much lines up with being somebody who was in the military. Do I email? Do I email? Do I email? Now that I can email. That's the $1 million question. Do I email? He's like me, and he's got untold number of email addresses. But I'm having a hard time believing that he has not had to recently change his phone number. I'm trying. I just So Eliza, still trending for those of you wondering. Oh, the quartering is doing a pet thread. I want to be a part of the pet thread. Sorry, but I gotta stop what I'm doing just to be a part of the freaking pet thread, y'all. What? What were you asking her? What were you asking her? Seeing so many other useful things here. Hold on a second. Seriously, y'all, do you think I try and email Ben Sykes? I've got a total of 4 people here. Most of you on watching me on YouTube. I guess I'm not going to get an answer out of anyone, whether or not I just go ahead and email them. So I guess just going ahead and emailing them is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. Oh shit! Didn't want to show that. Oops, hope that doesn't get me reported. All right. So I'm going to go to Gmail account here, and we're gonna send an email, and we're probably gonna get to go. Probably gonna get told F off. I mean, I just seriously think that if I were those people, I would probably do the same thing. He asked me something, and I'm gonna be like, I ain't talking to you. Come on, trying to paste it. Ooh, hi. I think the Gmail account that I'm sending. Oh goodness. I'm pretty sure it's his actual one. Wow. So, what do I say to this dude? What do I say to this? Okay, I'm emailing this dude. Emailing the insights. Here's my callback. Call the Sugi Show. I have a few questions about your relationship. Eliza? Some clue you are former military? Honestly, it's the guy's phone. I don't know. Probably a way. Probably a way looking at it. You surprised about the controversy surrounding Eliza and her trafficking, her claim, and he claims she lied about trafficking. What was she like in the movie? Question. Married. He did take your name. Arrested in 2016. She was arrested in her married name in 2016. You know why? Okay, so hey, my name is Effie Warner. I do a small pad class called The Chugi Show. I have a few questions about your relationship with Eliza. Some question if you were married. She did take your name for a while. You are from the military. Are you surprised? taking a moment here to eat something. My cat is wanting my attention. He's been very, very thoughtful. Just to give him some Chelsea. Inundated. With emails. Wondering how did you meet? Does it surprise you that her parents remained silent when she appeared to be lying about her sex? Hmm? Somebody found some information here. Hmm? Someone's returned and filed. Small claims complaint filed on 408. Affidavit as to military service filed. I don't understand. Okay. Huh? Wait. So these appear. So okay, I gotta show you. Gotta reply that I don't understand. I don't understand what I'm looking at. So am I correct that this is civil and not criminal? Because this is for an arrest warrant. Is for an arrest. What is the affidavit as to can you message me the link? Can you message me the link to this? Appreciate it. Mind you, it is 3 a.m. and I'm still getting replies and things. I gotta get off here soon and play with this poor cat because he thinks that I don't love him anymore. So this is some of the questions that I've gotten. That I've sent so far that I've typed out so far from Mr. Stipe. Hi, my name is Evie Warner. I do a small podcast called The Tukey Show. I'm sorry to bother you and hope you haven't been too inundated with emails, but I have a few questions about your relationship with Eliza. Some question if you were married. You did take your name for a while. Is it true you're from the military? Are you surprised about the constant around Eliza because you lied about being trafficked? What was she like when you knew her? How did you meet? Was it a surprise? You that Paris remained silent when she appeared to be lying about the sex trafficking story. To your knowledge, and this to me is important, to your knowledge, was Eliza ever sexually exploited or trafficked by anyone? If you could tell Eliza anything, what would it be? I also want to see if there's any chance that I finally got blocked by anybody on Instagram because they didn't want to answer my questions. Well, at least my question to Video God didn't get deleted like it did last time. Hmm. Yeah, I've seen that. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. I don't know exactly. All right, I'm gonna have to look at this more in the morning. Looks like I might have to quit. There we go. Message is sent. Okay, well, I sent it to multiple ones, and I already know that his Yahoo was not found. I got one of those errors of saying the address could not be found or is unable to receive mail, and so is that the case also with his AOL account. So I have reason to believe that his Gmail account still works. The thing about Gmail is it it includes a picture. It's kind of easy to tell when it's an active account. Um, Definitely has a history with doing stuff with that account. So there we have it, everyone. This is one of at least one of the issues that she has gotten filed with her. I am wondering if the arrest thing is not true. It's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird thing. I've got a message out to the person who posted the original um, screen grab. Um, yeah, it's really kind of interesting to look at, just because it's interesting to have so many people like read the guy that write it at um, for for posting that picture and letting people know that she's been arrested at some point because it's like uh, most of you all now are dying to know what it was that she was arrested for. Back in December, you're on like, you shouldn't do that. That's just awful. And now when shit has really hit the fan, if anybody can figure out that arrest warrant was true, they would be posting all the details that they could. So I mean, whatever. Let me check something on my big account here. Who says unavailable? Please try again later. All right. So, and lovely hanging out with those of you who hung around. And I just want to remind you all that, yes, remember the world is youth. Huh. Man, I don't really know anything about this Biscuit's Predators and why he might have been banned, but that's getting spread around here. So it's a big world out there, everyone. But remember, it takes as big as the universe is, and as small as we are compared to the rest of the universe. It takes all of us working together to make the world the way we want to be, to make the world better for everyone. Not just us here in the U.S., but the world over. So don't forget how important you are and the value you play in making the world a better place. And making it a better place for everyone. You are valuable. You are smart, and we need you. We need your help to make this world the kind of world we want to live in. God bless.